Let's bow our heads in prayer. Father, we come to thee knowing that this rally is not about a man. It's about a nation that needs you. It's about a country that has gone astray. And Father, we love President Trump. We're here to support him. We're here to try to do our best to let him know that we love him, and we're thankful you've already had your hand upon him, Lord. We saw, Lord, those that would like to get rid of him, but Lord, we know that he's here for this time and for this hour. Lord, I would pray you would bless this country, Lord, how we need you, Lord. I know the Bible clearly says that all nations that forget God shall be turned into hell. But Lord, we don't want to head that direction. Help us to send to those around us that God is still in charge of this country, Lord. And he'll put kings up and put kings down. And we just want to thank you for the mercies of God and the possibility, Lord, that this would be the very best rally we'd ever have, Lord, and give you the glory and the praise for it. For it's in Jesus' holy name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Army veteran Ted Predko to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Before we start the pledge, I'd like to make a few remarks. This pledge means so much to me. I remember the first time I ever said this pledge. I was in elementary school, and it was during World War II. At that time, our nation, it rose to a level of greatness so immense that other nations had us in awe, including our allies and also our enemies. Today, we are here to support a man that will bring that greatness back to this country. Our next president, Donald J. Trump. Please put your hand to your heart. It shows the pride and love you have for this nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome student at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, Emily Neiswanger, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of Business Development at Deep Well Services, John Sabo.
Let's go. How's everybody doing today? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, my name's John Sabo. I'm currently Senior Vice President of Business Development there at Deep Well Services. Been involved with oil and gas for about 20 years. Who here is ready for President Donald J. Trump to make us energy independent again? Let's go! Let's go! It starts right here. It starts right now in PA. That's why we're here. I come from Steel Valley, Monhall Homestead area of Pittsburgh. Come from a family of multi-generation of steel workers. It's an honor to be here with other patriots like you today that believe in the same things that we believe in. The people from this area are known for a certain amount of grit, a certain amount of perseverance, and we wear that like a badge of honor everywhere that we go. There's so many hardworking people here today. I'm here today to talk about energy. These hard-working oil field workers that you see right here work 24/7, 365. They're responsible for providing life-sustaining energy for you every day. In the heat, in the cold, in the rain, in the sleet, in the snow. This group of energy workers value family, value discipline, value commitment, value perseverance, and have a relentless approach to their daily activities to bring energy to you. Let's give them all a hand. Every day, we flip the switch on. We use our cell phone. We turn on the TV. We drive our vehicles. We put on our clothes. We heat our homes. All with life-sustaining energy. The Harris team is lying. The Harris team is flip-flopping. Everybody here, we are not buying it. Yes, we are not buying this. Absolutely not buying it. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the deceit. We are tired of going to the grocery store and spending $500 instead of $200. We're tired of the fake news outlets painting us patriotic Americans as bad. I'm here today to speak loud. We're speaking for everybody here. We're speaking for all of Pennsylvania, and everybody's going to hear us and hear us loud today. There are more of us than there are them. We're paying attention. We had enough. We had enough. We're here today to fight, and fight is what we're going to do. And fight is what's going to get us to win in November. A shockwave was sent through our energy industry with the Biden-Harris administration immediately upon shutting down the Keystone XL. This action immediately killed jobs, created a negative market for growth, and hurt our American families. In addition, the regulatory issues with the permits, the Biden and Harris added more choke points for us for new infrastructure, cutting activity on federal lands, and LNG stoppage at a critical time for our country. Exactly. Oil and gas works in many towns, just like the ones you're here from. We eat at your restaurants. We stay at your hotels. We help build your roads. We support your small businesses. We sponsor your youth and high school athletic teams. We provide mentorship and coaching at high schools and universities, showing them there's another great path and an amazing industry to pursue. We are all in this together. So how can we help? How can everybody here help? Let's go. Let's go. You can visit swamptheVoteUSA.com/PA to register to vote. Okay, request your ballot by mail or your local board of elections in your home county. As President Trump says, we need to swamp them. If we swamp them, we will win. I'm very proud to be able to come here and speak today. It's very personal to me. I was in the crowd on July 13th on that front left side, right between the shooter and President Trump. And I will never forget that day. But we need to talk about that. We need to make sure that no one's ever forgetting that. We're not talking about that enough. The media's not talking about that enough. We need to talk about that enough. We need to rally together and make sure that we're doing that. President Trump, shots rang out. President Trump stood tall, and he's on the rise. And he came and he said what? He said what? He said fight, 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 fight. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to fight, and we're going to win. So I end with, God bless all of you. God bless President Trump, and God bless America. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Vice President of Sales for Energel Insoles, Ron Gresco.
Wow, how do I follow that legend? John's a legend. Hey, great to be here tonight. With just 6 weeks to go before the election, how great is it that President Donald J. Trump is coming to Indiana, Pennsylvania? Yeah! And we all need to get out on November 5th and send him back to the White House. So a little bit about me. I have a small family-owned business. We've been manufacturing Energel insoles here in Indiana County for the past 34 years. We've had national retail sales for 15 years. We sell to college and pro sports teams. We sell to retail stores, and we sell to factories throughout the United States. People buy our insoles so that it'll help to relieve their tired, achy feet. It's a good thing. It's been good for 34 years. It hasn't been good the last 3.5 years, and I'll get into that. The contrast couldn't be clearer. As our company was thriving under President Trump, everything was lower. Interest rates were lower. Insurance was lower. Energy was lower. Electricity was lower. Fuel costs were lower. All at the same time, profits and sales were high. Life was simply better when President Trump was in office. But things changed dramatically under the Harris-Biden administration. Supply chain issues became a problem. Materials used to manufacture the Energel insoles more than doubled, causing a major strain on our business. Profits declined due to skyrocketing inflation. 40 years ago, I was a student here at IUP, and I learned about economics. And when they say inflation is only 3%, that's not accurate. It's 3% on top of the 20% since January of 2021. The rate of inflation may be down, but don't let them fool you. Inflation itself is not coming down. When President Trump was in office, we were able to keep our prices steady. Unfortunately, over the last 3.5 years, due to substantial company cost increases, we had no choice but to raise our prices. Early in the Harris-Biden administration, energy and fuel costs spiked, which caused a significant increase in our shipping costs. Don't we all agree this country was much better off economically when President Trump was in office? Retailers will tell us that their customers, they don't have the extra spending money they had 4 years ago. The factories that purchase the Energel insoles for their employees, many have decided to cut back, citing their own increased costs as well as a poor economy. As a small business owner, our family knows firsthand the difficulties and struggles we've had to endure under the Harris-Biden administration. With high inflation on so many products and negative impacting our company, 4 more years of this would certainly be unsustainable. We cannot let this happen. We will not let this happen. We need President Trump back in office. My wife Gwen and my son Ryan were with me at the Butler rally on July 13th. We do not believe President Trump's life was spared without God having a bigger plan for him to save our country. So I'll finish with this. We all need to tell our friends, our family, our neighbors, our coworkers to get out and vote early. If you need to register to vote, verify your registration status, request a mail-in ballot, or find a location to cast your vote early in person by mail, visit swampthevote.com/PA. Please do this now. Again, it's swampthevote.com/PA. If we fight to secure every vote, we will win the state of Pennsylvania. We will welcome back and re-elect the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump, as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ernie Merritt.
How's everybody doing out there tonight? Good, good, glad to hear it. My name's Ernie. I'm here as a representative resident of the small town of Charleroi, PA, which you may have heard on the news here recently. Over half of our town is now filled with Haitian immigrants and illegal immigrants brought in and taking our jobs away. That there is a nation-killing practice, which is brought in by the federal government and specifically the Biden-Harris administration. Oh, excuse me. And I'm here with a dire warning to every American. This isn't going to stop unless we can take our country back. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 9.9 million immigrants have made it across the border since they have taken office. There is no pushback from the administration to close or seal the border, which is now affecting small town America in my hometown of Charleroi, PA. Just recently, Zero Hedge broke down the latest jobs report, and it shows that 1.4 million American jobs have been taken, while 3 million jobs were given to immigrant workers. We have to do something to take our country back. This is destruction from within, and we have to recover from it. And whenever you got them, they come in, they take over your local jobs, your factories, and everything like that, what happens? Home values go down because this is all temporary workers. So when they come out, they're going to take all your homes. It's going to kill the value of your town. What's the next thing that comes in that nobody wants to talk about? It's usually when you start getting the drug epidemic coming in because they need to, the value of the town has been killed, the jobs are gone, there's nothing else there, people lose hope. Excuse me. And right now, this is their plan to destroy America from within and sabotage the American workforce. Small towns like mine in Springfield, Ohio are currently on the map with a sample for what is to come with all of us if we can't take the election and get President Trump back in office. And with that said, we all control our destiny, and it is the greatest honor of my life to be an American and be alive at this time and be able to come and stand in front of the crowd here and be at a rally in general, because I haven't been able to make any prior to today. And the biggest thing, and it's tattooed right here on my arm, we the people run this country. And we have to remember and tell the Democrats and Kamala Harris that we run this country and take it back and make America great again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage combat veteran and best-selling author, Sean Parnell.
Thank you. Who is ready to save this country in 42 days? In 42 days, we will send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Because you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Everything comes down to Pennsylvania. If we win Pennsylvania, we will save this country. So my question to you is, are you ready to win Pennsylvania and save America? Well, hot damn, I think that's just great. My name's Sean Parnell. I'm a combat veteran. I'm a Western Pennsylvania native. And I led an infantry platoon at the height of the hunt for Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. Thank you. 16 months of heavy combat. My platoon took an 85% casualty rate. Some of my men were wounded twice. One guy was wounded 3 times. I was wounded myself. I got blown up by a rocket-propelled grenade, fractured my skull, which is probably how I got involved in politics in the first place. But I watched my soldiers do extraordinary things in Afghanistan. And we were the most diverse infantry platoon that you could possibly imagine. Black next to white, Christians next to atheists, Democrats next to Republicans, all in the same foxhole. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We figured out a way to make it work, and we won every single fight that we were in. And I was blessed enough to come home from the war in Afghanistan after 16 months. And my unit went back to Afghanistan. I was tasked with a job of notifying families of the fallen. So in people's worst moments, I was that knock at the door to tell them that they lost their son or daughter in support of the wars. It was by far the worst job that I've ever had, but also a privilege to support the families of the fallen. And you flash forward from that moment 14 years, and that brings us to the disastrous surrender in Afghanistan, made possible by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris even bragged that she was the last person in the room during that decision, yet she has not even spent one single minute of her time to contact the 13 Americans who were killed during that tragic surrender. And I am here to tell you that America deserves better than that. You see, failure is a feature of the Harris-Biden administration. Every single one of us knows someone that is suffering. Our economy is in shambles. Inflation is crushing Americans. People in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania are struggling to put food on the table for their families. Did you know Pennsylvania had the highest grocery inflation rate in the nation? Thanks to Kamala, thanks Biden, thanks Bob Casey, thanks Governor Shapiro. Everything in America is upside down under Harris and Biden. Criminals are evangelized. Cops, our law enforcement, are demonized. Did you happen to see the video from Philadelphia last night? Violence overrunning major Democrat American cities, including in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's completely unacceptable, and it needs to stop now. Our border is out of control. 10.5 illegal aliens crossed the border, 350,000 missing children. Did you see what happened in Dormont? Not too far from here. An illegal alien killed an American citizen in a hit and run. Folks, we can do so much better than this, and America deserves better than Kamala Harris. Our world is in chaos. Israel fighting Hamas, Iran, China, Taiwan, Russia, Ukraine. And let me tell you something. If President Trump was in office, there is no way in hell Putin ever invades Ukraine. Zelensky is in Pennsylvania today, signing bombs with Governor Shapiro. Zelensky is also attacking J.D. Vance in the biggest, most important battleground state in the country during an election year. Folks, if that ain't foreign election interference, I don't know what is. And what's crazy to me is that 3 short years ago, none of this was happening. Under Donald J. Trump, this economy was thriving. Inflation and unemployment were at rock bottom. We had a president who was respected all around the world. Maybe foreign leaders didn't like him, but they damn well respected him. I mean, my fellow Americans, we had 4 years of peace and stability under the Trump administration, the Abraham Accords, peace in the Middle East, something that I never thought possible in my lifetime, yet Donald Trump accomplished just that. Criminals were prosecuted, law enforcement was celebrating. Trump loved our military, and our military loved Donald J. Trump. And how did the Democrats in the Biden administration thank President Trump? They viciously went after him with hoaxes and lies. From the moment he came down the golden escalator in 2015, they spied on his campaign. And after Trump was elected in 2016, every single Democrat in Congress questioned the legitimacy of his election for years. They said Trump was illegitimate. These lies were elevated by the media. And then, of course, came the Russia collusion hoax. These lies were also, you guessed it, elevated by the media. And then bogus impeachment 1, fake charges elevated by the media. Bogus impeachment 2, fake charges elevated by the media. 51 high-ranking members of our intelligence community lied, signed a letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. They provided zero proof of this. Media regurgitated those lies during the 2020 election. I could go on forever with all of the lies and the hoaxes pushed by Democrats and their allies in the media. I was also present on July 13th, on that fateful day in Butler County. And I am here to tell you that I have seen America's sons and daughters react under fire many, many times. And the truth is, you never know how you'll react regardless of how much training you have. When that first bullet cracks by your head, you just don't know. And in the moments after those bullets rang out on July 13th, Donald Trump got hit, went down, the Secret Service was on him seconds later. Everyone in the crowd was worried that Donald Trump was gone. Everybody. Yet they didn't panic, they didn't flee, they didn't stampede. Folks, you all are the best of this country. You all are what make this nation truly exceptional. And I watched with my own 2 eyes Donald Trump rise and give us our marching orders in this election and in every single election moving forward. And those marching orders were what? 3 words: fight, fight, fight. And ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what we have to do to win this state. And I'll finish with this. Do you all believe that there is a spiritual fight for the soul of this country right now? It is a fight, I believe, between good and evil, and we are on the side of good. If the Democrats have their way, we cannot afford 4 more years of a Harris administration. This nation would be fundamentally different in every single way. And when you hear the Democrats talk about the fundamental transformation of America, you cannot fundamentally transform a nation without tearing it down brick by brick, tearing down what once was. And it's our duty and our responsibility to stop that from happening and preserve a country that is free and is rich with opportunity for our children and our children's children. That mission falls to us. So do not be the silent majority. I hate that term. There are more of us than there are of them. And if you believe that this is a spiritual fight, then know this: silence in the face of evil is evil itself. And the people of Pennsylvania cannot be silent anymore. It's our duty and our responsibility. In 42 days, our mission is to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. And folks, I am here to tell you that starts with Pennsylvania, and we are going to win. So I want to tell you all, to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you all are what make this nation exceptional. God bless you all. God bless the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you all very much. God bless you. We saved this country in 42 days.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in the city with these people. And they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
A diggity dog. I have them like Miley Cyrus, clothes off, twerking in their bras and thongs. Timber, face down, booty up. Timber, that's the way we like the wood. Timber, I'm sicker than an oil spill. She say she won't, but I bet she will. Timber, swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down.
It's going down. timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget. It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. Nah, it's just me and the damn thing changed. Live in hotels, swing on planes. Blessed to say, money ain't a thing. Club jumping like LeBron now. Bowl it, order me another round. Homie, we about to clown. Why? Cause it's about to go down. Swing your body round and round. And then the night is going down. One more shot, another going down. Swing your body round and round. And then the night is going down. One more shot, another round.
I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget. It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Congressman Lee Zeldin.
enough so they could hear it from New York to California. Is Pennsylvania ready to send Donald Trump back to the White House? I was just with our 45th and soon to be 47th president down in Smithton, and President Trump is fired up and ready to be here with all of you in just a little bit. Are you excited to hear from our next president? If I was to say just 6 words today, I would say vote early, vote early, vote early. Go to swampthevote.com/PA. We need to get people in our lives to show up and vote. This election is so important for this country, and it's going to be up to all of us in order to save it. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 weeks from tomorrow, our nation will hopefully be all watching as Kamala Harris takes the stage to deliver a concession speech to America. And Donald Trump and J.D. Vance take that stage to deliver a victory speech for all of us in our future. When Kamala Harris says her values have not changed, I say that we should believe her. Because I remember when Kamala Harris was out there talking about the need to ban fracking. She was out there raising money for people who were trying to burn down Minneapolis. I remember Kamala Harris talking about how the ICE is like the KKK. We know what we're getting with Kamala Harris and a weak open border, don't we? Let's believe her when she says her values haven't changed, right? We are not just out there, though, to vote against Kamala Harris. We are out there voting for Donald Trump. I remember just before COVID hit, our economy was ripping. It was the strongest economy that I remember in my life. The border was getting more secure. Our streets were getting safer. Our military wasn't some woke social experiment, right, Sean? Listen, we want to have a military that is focused on defending America, our Constitution, our freedom, our liberty, not a social experiment. We want a president who ends foreign wars instead of starting new ones. We want a president who will stand up to adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party and Iran. Man, we all remember how pathetic it was to watch Josh Shapiro trying to un-Jewish himself to become Kamala Harris's VP. Pathetic. At the end of the day, what we want is strong, moral, conservative, America first leadership to be able to save this greatest country in the history of the world. Pennsylvania, are you fired up? It's up to us. I feel like in this moment, we all want to get on President Trump's shoulders. But in order for him to get back into the White House, he needs to count on us. He needs to stand on our shoulders. Can President Trump count on Pennsylvania? How about we send him a House of Representatives to work with? Let's expand the House Republican majority. Yeah, we're done with the Speaker Pelosi or Jeffries or Chairman Schiff or Nadler or Waters. No, we want conservatives in charge of the House to work with President Trump. Is Pennsylvania ready to elect Dave McCormick to the United States Senate? Let's send President Trump to the White House with a Republican Senate to work with him. How's that sound? It's been an honor to work with groups like America First Works and others. And listen, I'll end where I begin. It's important that we vote early, vote early, vote early, that we swamp the vote. President Trump, he is calling on all of us to get out there and vote and get other friends and family, people we work with, to tell them the stakes. No one can stay on the sidelines. If you're a gun owner, you're an evangelical, you're a veteran, you're a law enforcement officer, if you love that flag, you cherish our freedom, you too believe that this is the greatest country in the history of the world, if you are ready to elect Donald J. Trump as our next president and J.D. Vance as our next vice president, we gotta dig deep. 6 weeks to go. It's all on the line. Pennsylvania, are you with our next president? Let's elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th president of the United States. Thank you all, Pennsylvania. Let's get it done. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Glenn G.T. Thompson.
Good afternoon, fellow Pennsylvanians. It is so great to be back in the city, the town of Jimmy Stewart. The original Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. So the question is, I can't wait. It's Mr. Trump to go back to Washington, right? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just... What a gathering this evening. I'm Congressman G.T. Thompson, Dean of the Pennsylvania Congressional Delegation, proud representative of Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District, which includes parts of Indiana County and quite frankly, 17 other counties across this great landmass. And the first Pennsylvania to chair the U.S. House Agriculture Committee in 170 years. It's our #1 industry. So I've got a question for you. Are you ready to send Kamala Harris back to San Francisco? Now, I got to check in on this next statement because not everybody gets it. How many of you here in the audience remember those commercials for Rice-A-Roni? Kamala Harris, she's no San Francisco treat, that's for sure. Are you ready to make America great again? You're ready. And are you ready to return Donald J. Trump to the White House? Now, I give thanks to the Lord Almighty for his guiding hand in protecting President Trump from not one, but 2 assassination attempts, all within the matter of months. And shame on the Democrats whose verbal attacks unleashed these dangerous attacks on our democracy, resulting in President Trump being the target of assassinations. For the sake of our democracy, they must stop. Now, I'm proud of our Keystone State. Not only was our great nation birthed and shaped in Pennsylvania, we've always been a state of high consequences. From the Industrial Revolution driven by the Pennsylvania coal starting in 1760, to defining our nation with the Declaration of Independence in Philadelphia in 1776, from transforming our nation with the first commercial oil well in 1859, to preserving the nation in Gettysburg in 1863 and in building the arsenal of democracy with Pennsylvania coal to win both World War I and World War II. The Keystone State has always been a state of high consequences. In 2024, Pennsylvania will once again define the future of our great nation and deliver our 19 electoral votes for Donald Trump, and we will make America great again. As the Patriots of 2024, we've been given a weighty and an awesome responsibility. Our nation is being broken under the weight of flawed and damaging policy being advanced without regard to consequences, rule of law, or the Constitution by the Harris-Biden administration. Today, our American families struggle with weak and woke policies that redefine gender, attack individual rights, and transform our nation till we would no longer recognize it. Bullies and thugs from Hamas to Vladimir Putin attack innocent people and threaten world peace, while Biden and Harris has weakened America to the point where we are no longer a force for world peace through strength. Crushing inflation, unaffordable gas and groceries, a national farm and food crisis, Americans abandoned and held hostage, punishing regulations, an invasion of open borders, and a promise for more hurt should Harris be elected. Since 2021, Pennsylvania families have suffered financially, and you know this, right? Gas prices up 38%, groceries up 3%, all while real wages are down almost 4%. Harris, with Bobby Casey's help, has dug a $20,591 hole in the pockets of Pennsylvanians, and they're still holding the shovels. Under Harris's time in Washington, Pennsylvania's #1 industry, agriculture, is now in a national crisis. Harris-Biden policies create a 35% agriculture trade deficit, low prices for farmers with higher input costs, regulatory taxes, a loss of both farms and acreage, and their policies are leading us to food insecurity and national insecurity. No farms, no food. How about, yeah, big hand for our farmers, actually, those hardworking families. So if you've had enough of high gas prices, vote Trump. If you've had enough of unaffordable home electricity costs, vote Trump. If you've had enough of not affording to buy every item that you have on your grocery list, vote Trump. If you've had enough of a weak America and a more dangerous world, vote Trump. If you're fed up with open borders, vote Trump. And if you're ready to make America great again, vote Trump. This is more than an election. This is about saving our nation and saving our republic. Let future generations say of us, as the patriots of our day, that we elected Donald J. Trump as the 47th president. God bless Donald Trump, Pennsylvania, and the United States of America. And God bless all of you. And let's go vote Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage candidate for United States Senate, Dave McCormick.
right, it is great to be here with you all. Who is ready to put Donald Trump back in the White House? All right, and who's ready to beat Bob Casey and send Chuck Schumer packing? I'm ready. We got to get these guys out of there. They're killing us, right? You know, I love looking out of this crowd in Western Pennsylvania. Western Pennsylvania is everything that's great about America. You will not find harder working people. You will not find more God-fearing people. You will not find more America-loving people than right here in Western Pennsylvania. Right here. It's as good as it gets right here. You know, I've been coming to Indiana County since I was a baby. My dad was born in Marion Center. My pop-up had a drugstore in Plumville. My great-grandfather was a harness maker in Marion Center. My dad went to IUP. And I was born in Washington County. And my mom was born in Punxsutawney. And you know, Punxsutawney reminds me of my opponent, Punxsutawney Bob. We only see him once every 6 years, right? He pops his head up, he starts to act like he hasn't been doing anything. And the thing that I love about America is that it gives us all the opportunity in the world. I grew up in Bloomsburg. I played football, I wrestled, my folks had a farm, I baled hay, I trimmed Christmas trees, I went to West Point, I served in the 82nd Airborne Division. I was a little older than my friend Sean Parnell, but he served a great service too. And I wrestled. I played football, I wrestled in college, and I went on and I ran a business, came back to Pennsylvania, helped create jobs. I have lived the American dream, and that American dream is slipping away. It's not going to be here for our kids. We're losing it. We're losing that opportunity for our kids. This election is the most important election of your lifetimes, I promise you. This is the one where we've got to get out there. We've got to turn the tide. Our economy is not working for working families. Sky-high prices, fuel prices, rent, food prices. It's out of control. You can't get a mortgage. Can't fix your pickup truck. It is out of control. The wide open border. 10 million illegal immigrants have come into our country. 4,000 fentanyl deaths last year. 4,000. All due to the wide open borders of Biden, Harris, and Bob Casey. He's voted 99% of the time. 99% of the time. It's a war on fossil fuels that's destroying our country, destroying our economy. It's a weakness that's making our adversaries challenge us every day. We've got to turn things around, or we're going to wake up and we're not going to recognize the country we have in front of us, and that's why this is the most important election of our lifetimes. And we're counting on you. We are counting on you. This is a choice. It's a choice between strength and weakness. It's a choice between common sense policies of President Trump and a Senate majority and the extreme liberal policies of Kamala Harris and Bob Casey, who will vote with her every step of the way. It's common sense to get our economy back on track and create opportunity for everybody and stop spending more than we can afford. It's common sense to unlock our energy, that beautiful, clean, natural gas in Pennsylvania, to fuel not only Pennsylvania, but the world. It's common sense. It's common sense to secure our border, stop the flow of fentanyl, declare these cartels a terrorist organization, and go across the border and kick the hell out of them. That's common sense. Right? That's common sense. That's what that is. It is common sense to rebuild our military to be a lethal warfighting machine, because only can we have peace when we have strength, and the strength in the White House and the willingness to use that military sparingly to protect America's interests. That's what we need. This is an election between strength and weakness, an election between common sense and a radical liberal agenda, and it's going to be close. It's going to be close, but we're going to win this election with all of your help. It depends on you. You got to get out there, tell your friends, get out to vote, independents, conservatives, people that don't vote all the time. We need every single vote to win. And I want to tell you, as a former wrestler, I wasn't the best wrestler, but I always knew that if I could get into the third period within a point or two, I was going to win. And the reason I was going to win is the reason we're going to win. Because in the third period, it's not about wrestling. It's about up here. It's about mental toughness. It's about perseverance. It's about resilience. It's about fighting every minute, every day, every hour. We're counting on you. Let's go win.
First day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will, once and for all, secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Sponge cake, watching the sun bake, all of those tourists covered with oil, strumming my six string on my front porch swing, smell those shrimp, they're beginning to boil. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost sugar salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. Stayed here all season, nothing to show but this brand new tattoo. But it's a real beauty, a Mexican cutie. How it got here, I haven't a clue. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost sugar salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame. Now I think, hell, it could be my fault. Flip-flop, stepped on a pop-top, cut my heel, had to cruise on back home. But there's booze in the blender, and soon it will render that frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost sugar salt. Some people claim that it's July. I'm getting paid by the hour and older by the minute. My boss just pushed me over the limit. I'd like to call him something, I think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. This lunch break is gonna take all afternoon and half the night. Tomorrow morning I know there'll be hell to pay. Hey, but that's alright. I ain't had a day off now in over a year. My Jamaican vacation's gonna start right here. If the phone's for me, you can tell them I just sailed away. And pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I could pay off my tab, pour myself in a cab, and be back to work before 2. At a moment like this, I can't help but wonder, what would Jimmy Buffett do?
Funny you should ask, Alan. I'd say, pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care.
He don't care. I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
What time zone am I on? What country am I in?
It doesn't matter. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's always on 5 in Margaritaville, come to think of it.
I heard that.
You've been there, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
I've seen your boat there.
I've been to Margaritaville a few times.
All right, well, that's good.
Stumbled my way back.
Okay, well, we just want to make sure you can keep it between the navigational beacons.
Between the buoys, I got it.
All right, well, it's 5 o'clock. Let's go somewhere.
I'm ready. Crank it up.
Let's get out of here.
I'm gone. I'm a chicken fried, a cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know. Sweet tea, pecan pie, and homemade wine, where the peaches grow. In my house, it's not much to talk about, but it's filled when love is grown in southern ground, and a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. It's funny how it's the little things in life that mean the most, not where you live, what cars you drive or the price tag on your clothes. There's no dollar sign on a piece of mind, this I've come to know. So if you agree, have a drink with me, raise your glasses for a toast to a little bit of chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio world. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. Stripes, may freedom forever fly, let it ring, salute the ones who died, the ones that give their lives, so we don't have to sacrifice all the things we love, like our chicken fried, and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. Get your little chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. I'm just trying to be a father, raise a daughter and a son, be a lover to their mother, everything to everyone, up and at 'em bright and early, I'm all business in my suit. Yeah, I'm dressed up for success, from my head down to my boots. I don't do it for the money, there's bills that I can't pay. I don't do it for the glory, I just do it anyway. Providing for our futures, my responsibility. Yeah, I'm real good under pressure, being all that I can be. I can't call in sick on Mondays when the weekend's been too strong. I just work straight through the holidays, sometimes all night long. You can bet that I stand ready when the wolf growls at the door. Hey, I'm solid, hey, I'm steady, hey, I'm true down to the core. And I will always do my duty, no matter what the price. I've counted up the cost, I know the sacrifice. Oh, and I don't want to die for you, but if dying's asking me, with honor, 'cause freedom don't come free. I'm an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. Summertime is finally here. That old ballpark man is back in gear out on 49. Man, I can see the lights. School's out and the night's rolling, man. Just like a long-lost friend you ain't seen in a while. Can't help but smile. And it's 2 bare feet on the dashboard. Young love and an old Ford. Cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo bottle on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime. Temperature says 93 down at the deposit and guarantee, but that swimming hole, it's nice and cold. Bikini bottoms underneath, but the boys' hearts still skip a beat when them girls shimmy off them old cutoffs. And it's 2 bare feet on the dashboard. Young love and an old Ford. Cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo bottle on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime. The more things change, the more they stay the same. It don't matter how old you are, man, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, baby, when you got 2 bare feet on the dashboard. Young love and an old Ford. Cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo bottle rolling on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime.
Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad, bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone. And then when Thursday came around, I was all alone. So I went for a drive to clear my mind. Ended up at a Shell on I-65. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket. Bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all, but she was wrong. I was caller number 5 on the radio station, won a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation. Deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains, it pours. Now she was sure real quick to up and apologize when she heard about my newfound luck on that FM dial. And it's crazy how lately now it just seems to come in waves. was gonna be the death of me was my saving grace. It's got me thinking that her leaving is the only logical reason that I got the last spot in the Hooters parking lot, and the waitress left her number on my check with a heart. She picked up on the first ring when I gave her a call. And I'll spent $5 at the Moose Club raffle, one a used four-wheeler and 3 free passes for me and 2 of my buddies to play around a golf. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains it pours. When it rains it pours. I've been on one hell of a redneck road for 3 weeks now, and it all started on the day that she walked out. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket, bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all but she was wrong. And I was calling number 5 on the radio station, on a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation. Deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains it pours. When it rains it pours. Last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met, but baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. I kissed your lips, make you grip the sheets with your fingertips. Last bottle of Jack, we split a fifth. Just talking about life, going sip for sip. Yeah, you know you love to fight, and I say shit I don't mean, but I'm still gonna wake up wanting you and me. I know that last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met, but baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. No way it was our last night. No way it was the last night that we break up. I see your taillights in the dust. You call your mama, I call your bluff. In the middle of the night, pull it right back up. Yeah, my friends say let her go. Your friends say what the hell, I wouldn't trade your kind of love for nothing else. Oh baby, last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met, but baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. We said we'd had enough. I can't remember everything we said, but we said too much. I know you packed your shit and slammed the door right before you left, but baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. No way it was our last night. I know you said this
never, never land. Yeah.
the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
'Cause you burn with the crossfade.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name. 'Cause there's gonna be a day when you're
standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the crossfade. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the crossfade. And the world's gonna know your name. You'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can be a hero, you can beat the world. You can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
I've been down, counting out, smiling through the taste of blood in my own mouth. I got bruises and broken bones, but they don't know I ain't in this ring alone. I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm a running hider. I was born to be a do-or-dyer, a make-it-righter. Don't throw that towel just yet. Don't cash in that last bet, 'cause I hit harder when I'm tired. I'm a fighter. I get back up. That's what I do. I didn't soldier on this far just to lose. So take your shot. Is that all you got? I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm a running hider. I was born to be a do-or-dyer, a make-it-righter. Don't throw that towel just yet. Don't cash in that last bet, 'cause I hit harder when I'm tired. Yeah.
that I'm a fighter. No one could say that I'm a running hider. Don't cash in that last bet. Don't throw that towel just yet. I'm a fighter.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men know the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
When are you gonna come down? When are you going to land? I should have stayed on the phone. I should have listened to my own mind.
What do you think you'll do then? I bet they shoot down the plane. It'll take you a couple of hours in town to set you on your feet again. Maybe you'll get a replacement. There's plenty like me to be found. Mongrels who ain't got a penny, sniffing for tidbits like you. On the where the dogs of society howl. You can't plant me in your penthouse. I'm going back to my cloud, back to the house all out in the woods, cutting the hornback toad. Oh, I found inside my future lies beyond the average round. Ever since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. From Soho down to Brighton, I must have played them all. But I ain't seen nothing like him in any amusement hall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He stands like a statue that comes part of the machine, feeling all the bumpers, always playing clean. Plays by intuition, the digit counters fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. He's a pinball wizard, there has to be a twist. A pinball wizard's got such a subtle wrist. How do you think he does? I don't know. What makes him so good? Ain't got no distractions, can't hear no buzzes and bells. Don't see no lights flashing, plays by sense of smell. Always gets the replay, never seen him fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. I thought I was somebody table king. I just handed my pinball crown to him. Even on my favorite table, he can't beat my best. His disciples lead him in, and he just does the rest. He's got crazy clever fingers, never seen him fall. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. If everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served like California. You'd see them wearing their baggies, Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hairdo, serving USA. You'll catch him serving at down Ventura County line, Santa Cruz and West, Australia, Caribbean, all over Manhattan, and down Doheny Way. Everybody's gone serving USA. We'll all be planning out a route we're gonna take real soon. We're waxing down our surfboard, we can't wait for June. We'll all be gone for the summer, we're on safari to stay. Tell the teacher we're serving USA. Pacific Palisades, San Onofre, Redondo Beach, LA, all over La Jolla, at Waimea Bay. Everybody's gone serving USA. Serving USA. Everybody's gone serving USA. Everybody's gone serving USA. Yeah, everybody's gone serving USA. Yeah, everybody's gone serving USA.
Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair, with ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring, your voice is soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. He talks about you in his sleep, and there's nothing I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. And I can easily understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Again, he's the only one for me, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My happiness depends. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene.
got to slow down before you start to blow it. I think you're headed for a breakdown, so be careful not to show it. You really don't remember. Was it something that he said? All the voices in your head calling Gloria, Gloria. If everybody wants you, you don't have to answer. Calling Gloria. I think they got your number. That you've been living under. Was it something that they said? Calling Gloria. How's it gonna go? Mainline, or will you catch him on the money? Take the lover and slip it away. Don't believe it's don't remember. Was it something in your head? Calling Gloria. Don't everybody wants you. What is it? You don't have to answer. Calling Gloria. I think they got your number. I think they got the alias. Gloria.
explode. You can best believe that he's a macho man, ready to get down with anyone he can. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I got to be a macho. I got to be a macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. Oh, macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho man. Macho, macho man, hey, hey. I've got to be a macho. Body, it's so hot, my body, baby. Love to my body, yeah, yeah. Love to please my body, baby. Don't you tease my body, yeah. You adore my body, baby. Come explore my body, yeah, yeah. Me back on my body, baby. So good, hey. You can tell him macho, he has a funky walk. His western shirts and leather always look so boss. Funky with his body, he's a king. Call him Mr. Ego, dig his chains. You can best believe that he's a macho man. He likes to be the leader, he never dresses grand. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I got to be a macho. I got to be a macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. All right, macho, macho man, yeah, yeah. I've got to be a macho man. Macho, macho man. I've got to be a macho. All right. Macho, baby. Body, body, body. All right. Body, wanna feel my body. Wanna feel my body, baby. Body. All right. Body, come and feel my body. Come and feel my body. Hey, yeah. Body. All right. Body, love to pop my body. Love to pop my body. Hey, yeah. Body. Body, it's so hot. So hot. So hot. Every man ought to be a macho, macho man. To live a life of freedom, machos make a stand. Have your own lifestyle and ideals. Possess the strength and confidence, life's a steal. You can best believe that he's a macho man. He's a special person in anybody's land. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I got to be a macho. I got to be a macho, 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 yeah. I got to be a macho. Take the hell on my chest, macho, yeah. Macho man. I said take my big, big mustache. All right, a macho. I got to be a macho, 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 macho man. I got to be a macho. Big broad shoulders, yeah. Macho man. Get my muscle. I got to be a macho man. Talking about a macho, macho man. Macho man. I got to be a macho. Hey. Macho, macho man. I got to be a macho. I got to be a macho, 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 macho man.
We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? When you don't believe a word I say.
picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right.
Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
Bands of the night, cause tomorrow I'm off to do battle, perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. It's insane the way the name growing, money keep flowing. Hustlers moving silent, so I'm tiptoeing. So keep blowing, I got it locked up like Lindsay Lohan. Put it on my life, baby. I'm gonna give you a ride, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight.
Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything.
Reach for the stars, and if you don't grab them, at least you fall on top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gonna fall on top of your girl. When I'm involved with this deeper than the Masons, baby, and it ain't no secret. My family's from Cuba, but I'm an American. I don't get money like secrets. Put it on my life, baby. I'll make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, darling.
Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
It's close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart. You try to scream, but terror takes the sound before you make it. You start to freeze as someone looks you right between the eyes. You're paralyzed, 'cause this is daylight night, and no one's gonna save you from the beast about to strike. You know it's daylight night. You're fighting for your life inside a killer thriller You hear the door slam and realize there's nowhere left to run. You feel the cold hand and wonder if you ever see the sun. You close your eyes and hope that this is just imagination. Girl, but all the while you hear a creature creeping up behind. You're out of time, 'cause this is daylight night. There ain't no second chance against the thing with the 40 eyes, girl. You're fighting for your life inside a killer thriller tonight. Night creatures calling, the dead start to walk in their masquerade. There's no escaping the jaws of the alien this time. This is the end of your life. They're out to get you. As demons closing in on every side. They will possess you unless you change that number on your dial. And now is the time for you and I to cuddle close together. Yeah. All through the night, I'll save you from the terror on the screen. I'll make you see that this is daylight night. 'Cause I can feel you more than it goes through that that's right. So let me hold you tight and share up together. It's right. 'Cause this is daylight night. Girl, I can feel you more than it goes through that that's right. So let me hold you tight and share up together. I'm gonna bring it tonight.
Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl.
Short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. What's in your shoes? I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so jive. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your mental enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you wanna be? YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. And just go to the YMCA. Young man, I was once in your shoes. Young man, I was down with the blues. Body, wanna feel my body, baby. Such a thrill, my body, yeah. Wanna touch my body, baby. It's too much, my body, yeah. Check it out, my body, baby. Don't you stop my body, yeah. Talking about my body, well, turn it out, listen to my body. Every man wants to be a macho man. To have the kind of body, always in demand. Jogging in the mornings, go man go. Workouts in the health spa, muscles glow. You can best believe that he's a macho man, ready to get down with anyone he can. Hey, 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 hey. Macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. I've got to be a macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. Oh, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho man. Macho man, hey, hey. I've got to be a macho. Body, it's so hot, my body, baby. Love to fuck my body, yeah. Please, love to please my body, baby. Don't you tease my body, yeah. You'll adore my body, baby. Come explore my body, yeah. Me back on my body, baby. It's so good, hey. You can tell a macho, he has a funky walk. His western shirts and leather always look so boss. Funky with his body, he's a king. Call him Mr. Ego, dig his chains. You can best believe that he's a macho man. He likes to be the leader, he never dresses grand. Hey, 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 hey. Macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. I've got to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. That's what you are. And when I look at this crowd and I look at the crowd outside, and we stopped a couple of places and nobody's ever seen anything like it, you know, let me tell you, they have us up in the polls, as you know, in Pennsylvania and all over the place, actually. But when they say we're 3 points up or 4, there's no way. It's got to be a hell of a lot more than that. It has to be. It has to. You know, polls are fake also, just like these people, the fake news. They just... We prove that. We prove that a lot. Well, I just want to thank you. We're here today because early voting begins in Pennsylvania over the next 2 weeks, and we need each and every one of you to go out. Just don't take anything for granted. We have to win Pennsylvania. Go out and make a plan to vote early, vote absentee, or vote in person on Election Day, but you got to get out and vote. You got to say to your husband, Harry, get the hell off that couch. We can't take any chances because our nation is at stake. Our nation is going to hell. What they've done to our country at the border with inflation, with that Afghanistan nightmare that was the most embarrassing day probably in the history of our country, the way they did that. Getting out was fine, but you get out with dignity and strength. What they did was so bad. When you look at October 7th in Israel, it would have never happened. And you look at the Russian attack of Ukraine, would have never, ever happened, not even a thought of it. Think of it. Think of how different this world would have been. Think of how different this this country would have been, our country, which is just going so bad. It's so bad. Millions and millions of people are pouring into our country, and they come from jails. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're terrorists at a level, that nobody's ever seen before, and they let them come in. And you have the border czar, this person that can't even speak. She can't ask a question. She can't answer a question from... Now she gets out Oprah Winfrey, who I used to know well. She used to love me until I decided to run for politics. Oh, let's go to Mar-a-Lago, Donald. I love the place so much. No, she used to love me, but once I ran for politics, that was the end of that, and that was okay with me. I couldn't care less, because we got to make our country great again. We're going to make it great again, greater than ever before. But Oprah would ask just a simple question, and you get this crazy answer, or you don't get any answer. Just, this is not a president. We had 4 years of this. We're not going to have 4 more years. We won't survive it. I also want you to promise to find at least one voter and get them out to the polls. Find these people. There's so many people. If everybody votes, you know, it's interesting. Christians, we got to get the Christians to vote. You know, I don't know what it is. Relatively, they don't vote a lot. They go to church and they love church, and that's great, but we got to get Christians, evangelicals, we have to get them out to vote. We have to get gun owners. You know, gun owners don't vote. They don't vote. We have to get them out. The NRA gave me their total endorsement. They have every time, total, complete endorsement, but they vote at levels that are very low. You know what it is? It's probably rebellion. They're rebelling. But there's nothing to rebel about. You have to get out. If we had Christians voting in full strength, we couldn't lose. If we had the gun owners voting at full strength, we couldn't lose. We have to get gun owners, because your guns are under siege. She wants to take your guns away. Our entire nation is counting on the people of this great Commonwealth, and I know you will not let us down. You're not going to let us down. We got to get out and vote. And you can start right away. You know that, right? Now we have this stupid stuff where you can vote 45 days early. I wonder what the hell happens during that 45. Let's move see these votes? We've got about 1 million votes in there. Let's move them. We're fixing the air conditioner in the room, right? No, it's terrible. What happened the last time was disgraceful, including right here. But we're not going to let it happen again. Too big to rig, right? That's one way you do it. Can't let it happen. We got to take our country back from these horrible people, because if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. 43 days from now. 43 days we've been waiting for. 4 years. 4 years. We had people that were so incompetent. They were the most incompetent leaders in the whole world, and she is worse than Sleepy Joe Biden. She's worse. She's worse. 43 days from now, we're going to win Pennsylvania and take our country back, and we're going to be so happy. And it'll be the most important day and the most important vote in the history of our country, because we're losing our country. I mean, somebody I heard the other day, pretty smart person, and you think about it, and it could be true. They said, if we don't win this election, there may never be another election in this country. It could happen. Look at Venezuela. Venezuela was the most prosperous country, and now you take a look. And can you believe these stupid people are buying oil from Venezuela? From Venezuela, who was our enemy? They foreclosed on his airplane, a crappy old airplane. But they're giving him billions of dollars for oil. It's not oil, it's tar. It's the worst. And you know, for the environmentalists, you know where they cure the tar? Where they take the tar and they make it into beautiful oil? Houston, Texas, and it all goes flying up in the air. You ought to look into that one for all of you wonderful people that talk about the environment like I do, like many of the people in this room do. But they do it. The oil refinery it's the only one that can do it, because it literally is tar. It's not good stuff. We have the best stuff, and we have the most We have more liquid gold under our feet, and we're buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need it at all. It's crazy. These people are crazy. What a nice-looking man. Who is that? Oh, that's Trump. What a wonderful-looking person. I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking. I don't know. No, I'm checking, I'm talking, I'm looking up, I'm saying, I don't love it. Yeah, everyone don't love it. What the hell can you do? There's nothing I can do about it, right? We're stuck with it. Kamala Harris is reportedly giving a speech in Pittsburgh. You know, her speeches are very short. About her plan to, quote, build wealth. She doesn't know anything about building wealth. But she's been in office for 3.5 years. She's saying what she's going to do if she becomes president. But she's been there almost 4 years. She hasn't done anything except destroy our country with millions of people that shouldn't be here. And inflation. And inflation. What the damage that Sleepy Joe, you know, I'm tending to call him Sleepy Joe lately because I called him Crooked Joe. But now he's not like, is he, who's our president? We don't even have, do we have a president? Why doesn't he leave? Why doesn't he leave? Now think of it. Think of it. I call him Crooked Joe. That was very effective. It got him out of the race. I mean, guess what? No, we had a debate, and he didn't do too well in that debate. And they came to him, and they said, you're down 21 points, and you're going to lose. This can only happen to me, so I end up with somebody new. But here's the thing. All I have to do is expose her for what she is. She's a communist, okay? She's a communist. And this country is not ready for a communist, and hopefully never will be, because that doesn't work. Kamala talks about all these things that she's going to do, but she's been here. Think of it. She's been here for almost 4 years, and she's not done anything. I will do this. I will do that. I will do that. What the hell? She could do them today. You know, they talk about the border. Oh, we have a plan for the border. I didn't have any help. I had a very hostile Congress. And what I did is I said, close the border to the Border Patrol. They're great. And the border was closed. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We had, and that border was a mess. You know, in 2016, I think I won maybe because of the border. The border was very bad. And in 2020, I couldn't talk about the border because there was no problem. My people, my geniuses back there, they all said, sir, you can't really talk about the border. There's no problem. I said, well, I want to at least talk about it. I fix it. They said, people don't care, sir. They don't care. So I didn't talk about the border, but we did get millions of more votes. If you remember 2020, we got millions more votes. Millions. Look at that guy with a rug on over there. Look at him. Look at that handsome guy. You look good. He looks good. But we got millions more votes. But I'll tell you what, and we've been all over Pennsylvania today. 2016 or 2020, we never had the enthusiasm that we have right now. Look at this. Look at this. And the reason is because they're so bad. You know, we never had anything to compare it to. They're so bad. 4 years of destroying our country. We don't have a great country anymore. Remember, I had CAG, Keep America Great. But I couldn't use it because I said, America's not great. I hate to say it, but America soon will be greater than ever before. You watch. We got to win the election. We got to win the election. And I can't call her Harris either. You know, Harris, when I say Harris, nobody knows. Does that make sense? I say, and when Harris, everyone says, who's Harris? Nobody knows this person. No, they don't know her by the name Harris. They know her Kamala. It's strange. The name Harris. And when Harris, and people say, who is that Harris? Nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. Do you know that? Lee, nobody knows. You're a good lawyer. Maybe we have to change your name. You know, but nobody knows a nice name, Harris. I know some people named Harris. They're nice people. She happens to be not a nice person. She happens to be a person that's destroyed everything she's ever touched. Kamala's ruinous economic policies have already cost the typical household $29,000 through rampant inflation. $29,000 per household. She's a one-woman economic wrecking ball, and if she gets 4 more years, her radical agenda will smash the economy into rubble and grind your financial situation right into the dust. You can't have it. You can't have it. We've had it. We've had it. The guy is incompetent, and she's incompetent also. She had the other interview with the other guy, who was a nice guy, I think, from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania, and he was a nice guy. He was asking her all these. They don't take like I do. Anybody who wants to go, go. What the hell difference does it make? They have, and how dishonest was ABC? It was 3-on-1. How about this David Muir and the other woman I never heard of? I don't know. How the hell did she get there? I never heard of her. But David Muir, when I say crime numbers are rising, he interrupts me, kept interrupting. And he said, we have it by fact that crime numbers are going down. I said, anybody that thinks crime is going down is a serious brain problem. And then it got announced the following day that Trump was right, that crime was up 45%. How about them? And I thought she was terrible in the debate. She didn't answer any questions. All she did is tell lies, bloodbath. She talked about Charlottesville. All these things were all, you know, I hate the word debunked, but it says it. They were all debunked, every one of them. And people said it. Well, the radical left didn't say it, but they've all been fully debunked. All she did was tell lies. But when it came time to ask a question like, what are you going to do about inflation? What are you going to do about keeping taxes low? She was unable to even talk. But the one on Oprah was the worst one, in my opinion. Oprah wanted to climb under the table. It was so embarrassing. She couldn't answer the simplest question. So vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your net worth will skyrocket, your energy costs and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. The American dream. We don't talk about the American dream anymore, you know that? Mr. Congressman, what a great congressman. I'm going to introduce you guys, but what a good warrior you are. Thank you. We don't talk about the American dream, right? Anymore. We used to talk about it all the time. Today, they don't talk about it. Don't lose hope. We have to have hope. Don't lose hope. Our country's an embarrassment. The whole world is laughing at us. We're going to be stronger. They weren't laughing at us 4 years ago. They were not unhappy to see me head off. And they said, thank goodness we'll never have to see him or deal with him again. You know, China had to pay $472 billion in tariffs. No other president took in 10 cents from China. Not 10 cents. No president took in 10 cents. And remember this, and I just say this, if you look at Ukraine and Russia, but you know they say Russia. I stopped the Russian pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job they've ever done. I stopped it cold. When Biden came in, he let them build, but he killed our Keystone pipeline, which we needed. He killed Keystone, so he killed, but think of it. And remember this about Russia. Under Bush, they took a lot. Under Biden and Barack Hussein Obama, has anyone ever heard of him, Barack Hussein, a lot of people say he's actually running the country right now. I don't think so. I don't think so. But some people say he's running our country. But I don't think it's Biden. Under Barack Hussein Obama, they took a lot, right? Under Biden, they're taking everything. They're taking everything. This is Russia. They're taking everything. I mean, Ukraine is destroyed. It's destroyed. You know, they could have made a deal. And you didn't even have to make a deal. Putin was never going in if I were president. But even if you could have made a deal. Now the whole place is destroyed. The cities are knocked down. Millions of people are dead. Far more people are dead than anybody knows. Far more people. When you see those cities get knocked down and they say 2 people are injured, it's all a lot of fake news, I'll tell you. The people are dead, millions of people. And now the whole place has been, the cities have been knocked down, the whole place. They could have made a deal 3 years ago and everything would be happy, vibrant, their heritage wouldn't have been broken. Those beautiful golden towers are taken down. All of those beautiful ancient towers are rubble on the ground now. I mean, any deal they make, what's the deal? They have to go back. They'll take 100 years to rebuild, and you can never rebuild it like it was. That should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. And you know what? It didn't happen. And even radical left lunatic Democrats say, I will say, if Trump was president, it wouldn't have happened. Putin would have never done it. I said, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't even think. We're not going to do it, Vladimir. I said, Vladimir, we're not going to do that, Vladimir. And China, I had the same almost identical conversation with President Xi of China. Don't go in. Don't go in. He's got planes circling Taiwan. They're circling. He wants that so badly. And Vladimir wanted it badly. That was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't do it. He would have never gone in. Would have never happened. All these things would have never happened. But Ukraine now, I see Zelensky is here. I think Zelensky's the greatest salesman in history. Every time he comes into the country, he walks away with $60 billion. Billion! Walks in with $60 billion. He wants them to win this election so badly, but I would do differently. I will work out peace as president-elect. If I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you got to make a deal. This is crazy. Crazy. They asked Biden, when was the last time you spoke to Putin? He didn't know. Of course he didn't know. What a stupid question. Of course he doesn't know. How would he know a thing like that? But it's been like years. And they keep bombing, cities pouring down, bombing. It's horrible. Actually, they're reduced now to using young boys and old men. Young boys and old men, because their people have been killed. So many of their people have been killed that they are using young boys to fight the war and old men. How about that? It's what a horrible thing has happened just because, and it's our fault because it's a war that should have never been allowed to happen, and we had the power that it would never have happened. We have an incompetent leader in Biden, and we have somebody who's worse in this new one that they threw into the ring. Central to Kamala's agenda for economic destruction is her plan to impose the largest individual tax hikes in American history onto our public, the largest small business tax hike in history, the largest capital gains tax hike in history. How about the capital gains tax, right? How about that one? And even the brand new wealth confiscation tax or unrealized capital gain. How about that? Unrealized. You know, I know a lot of people that are rich, but they have no cash. They're rich as hell, but what are they going to do? They have to pay cash to unrealized. In other words, you pay a capital gains tax even though you're not selling your property, your stock, or whatever it might be. I don't think it's ever even been done. It's been thought of by communist nations, but I don't think it's ever been done. You know, her father is a fascist. He's a Marxist, and he's a teacher of Marxist economics. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? Where have we come? Which will annihilate, if they do that unrealized capital gain, which I can't believe they can pull it off, but if they do it, it'll annihilate the stock market and wipe out the savings of millions of seniors and middle-class families. It'll wipe out our country. Our country will be driven in, I think anyway it'll happen. If, you know, a lot of people say the only reason the stock market's high is everyone thinks I'm going to win the election. I believe that's true. A lot of the biggest, smartest. Uncle Sam? Look, it's Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is here. Do you agree with that? Uncle Sam says, no, a lot of people agree. I think it's going to be horrible. We don't win for so many other reasons, too, but you'll have a depression like 1929. Kamala Harris is the tax queen, and she's coming for your money, she's coming for your pensions, and she's coming for your savings unless you defeat her in November and want to take away your guns. Remember that. Always remember that. As president, I will keep Kamala's greedy hands out of your pockets, and we will deliver gigantic tax cuts. I gave you the largest tax cuts in history, and we are going to go further. That's what created the greatest economy. You know, when they say compare yourself now, but do something else. Compare costs now. Compare the cost of bacon with the cost of bacon 4 or 5 years ago. Compare the cost of just groceries. I mean, some of these things have gone up 4, 5, 6 times. Energy, interest rates. How about, I was at 2% interest rates. Now they're at 10%, but you can't get the money, so you got to keep going up. Okay, you're not at 10% if you can't get the money. We will have, I'm very proud of this, and then she copied me on one of them, only one. I'm waiting for the others. We will have no tax on tips. That was an easy one. We will have no tax on overtime. You work overtime. And for our seniors who have been decimated by the stupidity of inflation, these people, what they did to you on inflation, we will have no tax on Social Security benefits. No tax. You've been decimated. They took it all away. They took it all away from you. And for all the suburban households paying high property taxes here in Pennsylvania, I will restore the SALT deduction. Do you know what that is? SALT deduction. You will. To save you thousands of dollars. Maybe I shouldn't bother with, but that's a good one, but you guys don't know what the hell it is. That's a good one. People think of New York, but it actually affects you very much, too. I think I'll keep it off for Pennsylvania. You don't care. You didn't like that one so much, but it's actually pretty good. It's no wonder that Kamala Harris was just officially endorsed by IRS agents. Do you believe it? That's when you'd say, I'd rather not have that endorsement. But I've been endorsed by virtually every police group in the entire nation. Every police group. Almost every sheriff's group, every police group, every one of them. We just had one, the Fraternal Order. We just had 400,000 policemen. That's the biggest of all the unions, and they endorsed me. And this is the first time in decades, just got endorsed by the rank and file members of the Teamsters, which I happen to think is amazing. That was a surprise. That's automatic for the Democrats, and they, now the bosses didn't endorse me, but they had a problem because they got 30% of the vote. We got actually 60 or 61% of the vote. Can you believe it? So the people that were in the 61, the people that want us, they said, well, how come you didn't endorse them? Why do you, they're just going to take a pass. But maybe that's okay. That's all right. We know where they stand, and that's good. Kamala Harris is the candidate of the tax collectors and the Washington bureaucrats. I am the candidate of the American worker, and I always will be. I always will be. But perhaps Kamala's biggest tax hike of all is her vicious attack on Pennsylvania energy. You're under attack. If anybody here believes that she will let your energy industry continue like fracking, you should immediately go to a psychiatrist and have your head examined. On dozens of occasions, Kamala said that she intends to ban fracking. I'm going to ban it. I'm going to ban it. I think we have a clip. Would you like to see a clip? I spend a lot of money on these clips. Spend a lot of money on these clips.
That's why I am committed to passing a Green New Deal, creating clean jobs, and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all.
Mama La Kamala just don't give a frack.
Isn't that great? He's not very funny. Can you? That guy. Those three guys, they're being blown away by Gutfeld. You know, Gutfeld, totally dominant. Those three guys. You remember that guy? When I first ran, it was like 2015, thinking about running. I was going to run. I went on his show, right? And he goes, The Tonight Show, which is dying. They're all dying. Where's Johnny Carson? Bring back Johnny. It made you appreciate, right, Uncle Sam? It made you appreciate the greatness of Johnny Carson and these guys. These three guys, they're so bad, all three of them. All three of them. But this one, I go on his show, and he goes, is that your real hair? I said, yeah. He said, do you mind if I mess it up? I said, I'd prefer no. Do you remember this? I said, I'd prefer it if you didn't, to be honest, but if you have to. So he grabs it, and he starts really going crazy, right? And everybody laughed, and it was a big thing, and it was a big hit. It was all over the place, and he got great ratings and all. And 6 months later, he went out because he was under pressure to apologize because he humanized Donald Trump. Do you remember? And he stood up and he said, I'd like to apologize. 6 months ago, or whatever it was, I messed up Donald Trump's hair, and it humanized him, and he became president. And I would like to apologize. How weak and pathetic is a guy like that? And his show died, but the other two shows are dying. The one on ABC is dying. He was the worst host in the history of the Academy Awards. Remember I did that? Remember I wrote I put a truth. Everybody should go to Truth immediately. And by the way, we also love Elon, I have to tell you. Gave me a big endorsement, big one. But remember in the Academy Awards, I said how he's the worst host in the history of the Academy Awards. And this stupid guy goes up, and just before the Best Picture of the Year, the show is almost over. They're waiting for the Best Picture of the Year. He gets up, and he says, and his wife said, please don't do it. Please, darling, don't go out. His manager said, don't do it. I have to do it. He goes out and reads my truth to the entire audience right before the prime time, the Best Picture. And it said, basically, he is the worst host of the history. He reads the whole thing. And then I think he said something like, ha, 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 he thinks he bothers me, or some crap like that. I said, he's one of the dumbest human beings ever. He should have listened to his wife. What a dope. But all three of them are bad. The hatred. You know, it's supposed to be comedy. It's hatred. It's like terrible. But they're dying. And did anyone see the Gutfeld for last week? So, actually, I said it in the show, you know, so Gutfeld had the highest ratings in his history. And it was the #1 show of the week on all of television, not just on cable, on all of television. It beat all the network shows. But I told her the show, Gutfeld hated me for a long time, hated me. And then he started saying, you know, he didn't know me, but he hated me. People that know me like me. But he just couldn't stand me. And he was pretty strong on that. And then what happened is he started to say, you know, I don't like him, but he gets everything done. He rebuilt our military. We have no wars. He took out the worst terrorists in history. We don't have any problems. We didn't have one terror attack during my administration. With all the terror attacks all over the world, we didn't have countries fighting each other. They wouldn't have done it without my permission. They would call me up to ask whether or not they could go to war with some other country. And I said, you can't do that. And if you do that, I'm going to put big, big taxes all over your country. Okay, we won't do it. And they'd call me up the next day. We've decided not to go to the war. We had no wars. Israel was free. Ukraine was free. They weren't. The whole world. Viktor Orban, who's the prime minister of Hungary, he said, if you want to solve, because now everything's blowing up. The Middle East is going to end up in World War III. Ukraine's going to end up in World War III. So many different. We could end up in World War III with incompetent leadership. With smart leadership, it would never happen. But it's tougher now than it would have been 3, 4 years ago. I mean, the whole place, and more importantly, no matter what you do, you can't get those cities back, you can't get that civilization back, and you can't get 3 or 4 million lives back. You can't do it. But Gutfeld said on the show, he said, you know, I don't love this guy, but man, everything he touches, he fixes, he gets it done. Our country was doing great. We had the best economy. And he asked for an interview, and I said, you know, I'll do it, but I'm begrudgingly, 10 minutes. I don't really want to do it because he doesn't like me. I guess I don't like anybody that doesn't like me, I'll be honest. When they don't like me, I don't like them, okay? Sounds childish. Look at the wall. Mr. Wall, stand up, please, Mr. Wall. When they don't like me, Lee, I don't like them. That's the way it is. Call it a personality defect. But we did an interview, and it was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it lasted for 2.5 hours. It just never stopped. There was a great chemistry. We actually liked each other. And he likes me. And he took that interview, and he put it on 5 shows, and his ratings went through the roof, and he's held it. I mean, he's the hottest guy on late night and beyond late night, maybe in a lot of ways. But we love Sean Hannity, too, right? And we love Laura, and we love Jesse, and Janine, and Pete. We like Pete Hegseth. Ainsley's good. We have a lot of good people, and then we have some bad ones, too, including on Fox. You ever notice on Fox, they put me on, I do a great job, and then they follow me with a horrible commercial, you know? I say, what the hell is the good of me doing it if Roger Ailes never allowed bad commercials? What's the purpose of me doing a nice show and then they put 9 horrible commercials on, which are all lies? Or they put somebody on that's good, and then they always feel like they have to put somebody on who's bad. So the net result is a neutral, and you say, what are you doing it for? You can't do that. Fox should put just the good people on, the people that want to make America great again. They shouldn't put the guys that are professional scammers on. And they shouldn't allow bad commercials. Just a few months ago, Kamala imposed a natural gas export ban. Can you believe that? That is brutalizing Pennsylvania energy jobs. You know about it, right? And Kamala's Green New Deal insanity, I call it the Green New Scam, is shutting down power plants all across America. As a result, Pennsylvania electricity prices are up, despite all of the oil and gas and everything, are up 35% in a very short period of time, with all that stuff underneath you, underneath your feet, in particular you. Since she took office, we are looking at another rise now of anywhere from 30 to 50% very quickly. And we have so much. We have so much. And you're hit about as hard as anybody. If you vote for me, I will cut your energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months. We're going to cut them down in half. I will terminate the natural gas export ban, which makes it impossible for you to sell your product to a lot of countries that want it desperately because they don't have what we have. We are so rich, we have the greatest, and we don't use it. It makes you really. We have all of this stuff more than anybody. We don't use it. I will get Pennsylvania energy workers pumping, fracking, drilling, and producing like never before. Right? And I don't know about how you feel, but I do, because this was the greatest company in the world 60 or 70 years ago. We are also going to keep U.S. steel right here in America. We have to be strong and powerful again, and we must put tariffs on foreign predators. They are predators, so that they don't destroy our steel industry. The people that like me the most of the steel, they were dead when I came into office. They were dead. And I put taxes on China. China was dumping massive amounts of steel to destroy our companies. I put a 50% tariff, then I raised it in some cases to 100%. And at a certain level, they said, no mas, we're not doing it. Remember, no mas, Roberto. We love Roberto Durando. And no mas, no mas. And they said no mas, and that was the end of it. And our steel companies were saved and thrived. And now we're losing our steel companies again because we have stupid people in the White House. We must keep our steel companies, and we must keep making steel more than any. If we have a war, are we going to call up, gee, China, could you send us some steel, please? Oh, I forgot about that. If we have a war, think of it. If we need it for our military, how do we build our tanks? How do we build our ships? We wouldn't have any steel. We have to make U.S. Steel great again. It doesn't have to be what it was. It was the greatest company in the world. Think of it. U.S. Steel was the greatest company in the whole world. That would be like whatever. You know, today our big companies are like Google and this and that. They're not the same. U.S. Steel is the strength. Google is all, give me a break. Not the same. Not the same. You see all the stuff that Google and Facebook and all what, they got caught cheating on the last election, the bad things they did, the 51 agents and all of the stuff, the laptop. Remember, it was Russia. It was Russia, Russia, Russia. No, it was Hunter, 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 as we said. And they affected, you know, they affected the election very much. It came out many, many points, 11 points, 12 points. But that's what we have. And we can never let that happen again. And I said, we're going to go after anybody that gets caught cheating on the election. We're going to go after them harder than anyone's ever been sought before. Because these people are really a threat. They are a threat to democracy. The Democrats are a threat to democracy. That's the real threat. Under my plan, America will be a manufacturing superpower once again. We will be the envy of the world, and we will build that incredible future right here in Pennsylvania. Boy, did I come close. I almost said, I better be careful, because, you know, if I even mention, they'll report it, because I don't want to be. Should I say it, Uncle Sam? I almost said the state of Pennsylvania, but I meant the Commonwealth. I never said the state. I was able to catch it because I'm cognitively very strong. Very, very strong. I was able to catch it. Did you notice that? Right here, and I stopped for a second. I said Pennsylvania. I didn't want. Oh, that's a bad mistake. When you do the state of Pennsylvania, you get yourself. I've seen it. Well, the worst was Biden. He's in Florida, and he says, "Thank you for being so nice. I love Iowa. I've always loved." I said, remember, he was in New Hampshire, and he said he was in Maine. He was in. I never did that. You know, if you do that, it's career-threatening. As it turned out, it was career-threatening. But if you do that once, you know, Winston Churchill was this great speaker. Great. I get much bigger crowds than him, but nobody ever says I'm a great speaker. Winston Churchill was a great speaker. If he ever was in London and he said, I'm in Beirut, or because Biden is capable of that, he could go that far off. And, you know, he compared Florida to Iowa, and then he said it was Idaho, the greatest potato place in the world. He said, and he said with Iowa, remember, he said, I love the potatoes in Iowa. No, he meant, right? He didn't mean Iowa. I mean, the whole thing. But I said, you know, if you were Winston Churchill and you make a mistake as to location, like I'm here with you, and if I say, it's great to be in the great state of Illinois, could happen. No matter how great your speech is, you could make the greatest speech in history, and people will go, that was a disaster, right? He did it all the time, but she's worse than him. I'm telling you, watch. She's not as smart as him. He's not smart. He never was smart. He wasn't smart 40 years ago. Always, he was a hale and hearty guy, well met. Did you ever hear Shakespeare? He was hale and hearty and well met, but he wasn't a smart person. But she is a very dumb person, and we can't do that. We can't do that. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. Another front in Kamala's war on workers is her gigantic migrant invasion. Over the past 3 years, border czar. Do you notice she said, I'm not a border czar? She was a border czar for 3.5 years. Now she's saying I had nothing to do. Whether she was the border czar or just the person in charge of the border, it's been the worst thing ever, maybe one of the worst things ever to happen to our country. Look at what's happening in Springfield, Ohio. Look at what's happened to that beautiful town. Look at what's happened to Aurora in Colorado, where you have a radical left Democrat governor who doesn't have a clue. He's so scared. The Venezuelans are attacking. They're in the real estate business. They're taking over real estate. They're in there like I was, but they take it over with guns. I took it over with the brain. They take it over with guns. But they're in, think of it, Aurora, and they have weapons that the military doesn't even have. AK-47s. I learned about AK-47s 3 weeks ago. That's not a nice. I'm getting very good at learning about weapons. I'm learning a lot about guns. Over the past 3 years, Border Czar Harris has inundated small towns all across America with hundreds of thousands of migrants. Not only has she invited them across our border, unfortunately, she's also illegally flown them in. Remember, she was making excuses? No, we haven't really had too many. And then we found out that they're flying in by big, beautiful jets. They're flying over the border. She's trying to say that the border was sort of secure. It wasn't secure. Although the greatest graph in the history of graphs, a thing that I love perhaps as much as any person I've ever met, is my wonderful graph on immigration and the lack of people coming. Do we have that graph? Can we put that graph up? This is my favorite graph. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that graph, Lee. David, I love it. Oh, isn't that a beautiful? I don't care what it says. I don't care if it said I did a lousy job. That's the most beautiful piece of paper I've ever seen. You see the arrow on the bottom? That was the week that I left office. See the arrow on the bottom, the big red arrow? That's the lowest level. This was done by the Border Patrol. This looks like a Trump special. It wasn't. That was done by the U.S. Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. ICE is phenomenal. That was done by the Border Patrol. That was the lowest level of immigration we've ever had in the country. And then these idiots, these stupid idiots took over, and look at what happened to our numbers. Look at what happened. Look at what happened to the numbers. But is that the most beautiful? I love the colors, the blue, the gold, the red. There's everything about it I love the stars. Because if I didn't look over to the right to see that beautiful graph, I said, put up that graph, please. If I didn't look over to the right, I wouldn't be here with you tonight, and that would be a very terrible thing. What a beautiful thing. Think of it, Uncle Sam. Immigration saved my life. Think of it. Immigration saved my life. No, it's great. Well, thank you. And thank you. I sleep with that pace. Every night I go to bed with it. Say, darling, it's time to go to bed. Let's go. What a beautiful sight. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Great job that you were able to get it so fast. I didn't think we were going to be using it. I didn't think I was going to use it in Butler. It was just, I always use it at the end if I use it. I only use it, you would know, you go to every damn rally, right? He's at every rally. And he makes a lot of money. I think he's probably an accountant. He's a CPA. He's a genius. But he goes to every rally. But, right, I rarely use it. But when I use it, it's always on my left, and it's always at the end of the speech. This time I just thought of it. As you can see, I don't use the teleprompter too much. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to use a teleprompter? Isn't that nice? Right? It's really nice. Thank you very much. By the way, we had a rally in Lee's part of the woods out on Long Island, and that was unbelievable. We filled up where the Islanders play, and the Nets were playing. They used to play there. a big, like a Madison Square Garden type arena. We filled it up. We could have filled it up 3 times. It was an amazing, just less than a week ago, right? That was great. Lee was there. Kamala has illegally flown in more than 500,000 migrants right when she was saying, no, we don't want to do that. And she's got, these guys actually want these people in our country. It's not even believable. Working with left-wing nonprofits to inundate Pennsylvania communities, changing the character of small towns and villages all over our country and changing them forever. They will never be the same. They will never be. Do you think Springfield will ever be the same? I don't think. The fact is, and I'll say it now, you have to get them the hell out. You have to get them out. I'm sorry. To get them out. Can't have it. Can't have it. They've destroyed it. It's terrible. It's terrible to say, and it's a tough thing to do. You know, you're going to take in some murderers and things, and you'll put them on the planes and the buses, and you're going to start doing it. Dwight Eisenhower holds the record. Believe it or not, he was a moderate kind of a guy, General Eisenhower, president, and he has the record. He couldn't stand people pouring into our country, and he took a lot and took them out. He's very strong on that, and we have to be strong. We have no choice because this is not sustainable by any country. There's no country that can do this. I mean, what were they thinking when they did it? What were they thinking? This is like, who would allow men to play in women's sports? Well, this is bigger. This is bigger. But it's the same thought. Who would allow? We're allowing open borders where millions of people that we have no idea who they are, where they come from. We don't know if they're murderers, if they're killers. Many are murderers, though, because prison populations are being released into our country. And these are tough people. They're tough people, and they're vicious, evil people in many cases, and we can't, but it's very tough because we'll take one young woman with 2 children and they'll put them in a bus to take them back to some country, and it'll be put in the fake news, and it'll be a terrible story. It's terrible, and the whole country will turn against it. It's a very tough thing to do. We have to do it carefully. But we have to get murderers and drug dealers and all these people that are coming into our country. We have to get them out of here. It's not sustainable. And not far from here, the 4,000-person town of Charleroi. Do people, oh, do you know Charleroi? In Charleroi, Pennsylvania, has seen a 2,000% increase in the population of their town. Do you know that, right? They have has your town changed slightly? Where are you from, Charleroi? Put up, okay, good. I just took a picture with that handsome guy. So would you say your town has changed just a little bit over the last couple of months? It's like, is it a different place, totally different place? It's what? It's completely different. Where are the other people that started screaming about Charleroi? Where are they? Okay, has your beautiful town changed? Yes. It's you can't do it. 80%, think of it, of the capital, and it's composed of lawless gangs. We're not gonna do this. All of the gang members, MS-13, they're being brought into our country because Venezuela doesn't want it. Remember this, Venezuela has sent their criminals into our country, has emptied their jails, not fully. They've still got people, but I don't know why, because I would have been worse than him. I would have emptied it. If I ran one of those countries, Honduras, any of them, even Mexico to an extent is doing it, and they shouldn't be doing it at all because they're getting rich off of us. They're getting rich. They shouldn't be doing it at all. They're going to stop immediately. But so many of these countries, I would do it. If I were the president of one of these countries, and they're all smart, street smart people, I would have had them all. I don't know why Venezuela does it, but they have a lot of the jail population in our country. They probably couldn't get enough buses and planes. That's probably the only reason. But they're dumping jail populations, the criminals of the street, into our country. And there's only one thing that can happen, and it's really bad. And it's happening. And now you see it. And I said this 3 years ago when I heard about it. I said, this is only going to be bad. Think of the cruelty Kamala Harris is inflicting on the people of Pennsylvania. You live in a small town your whole life. You pay your taxes. You really are exemplary. You pay everything. You do everything. You love your town. You love your country. You know the town so well by name, you're just so proud of it. And suddenly she flies in thousands and thousands of migrants from the most dangerous places on earth, and they deposit them right smack in the middle of your community. And you're a nice person, and you want to be politically correct. I see it very much in the cities like the governor of Colorado. The guy's a real stiff, but he's up talking, and he says, well, these are fine people. He doesn't want to say that they have AK-47s and they're taking over large portions of real estate. He doesn't want to say it. They want to be politically correct. It's happening in all of these towns that we're talking about because the mayors are afraid, and they're afraid politically too. They don't know, am I supposed to say this is good, or am I supposed to say, and Democrat mayors, every one of them is saying it's a wonderful thing, and not one of them believes it, but they're afraid to go against the stupid party that's in Washington. So now your schools can teach because the majority, they can't teach because the majority of students don't speak the language. The housing market is destroyed. Crime is rampant. The jobs are taken by migrants illegally imported to our countries. Your school classes, you can't get in. You can't get into your hospitals. Nobody can get into the hospitals. They're driving to hospitals 300-400 miles away. The media is desperate to stop us from having this conversation. The fake news, look at all of them. They have a lot of people there. Oh, they have some of the big ones. They have some of the big ones. Wow, oh, that's very impressive. Yeah, they have some good ones, too. But that's exactly why we must have this conversation. We have to have it because the media doesn't want to talk about it. You know, they don't want to do anything that's going to embarrass Kamala because I don't know why. Number one, the country's going to die. They're going to die. They're already dying to a large extent. But if I get elected, they're going to do much better because we get higher ratings. We get the high. You know, Greg Gutfeld got the highest ratings in the history of his show. Think of it. The #1 show of the night, including networks. Nobody knows that. And maybe, I think, the #1 show of the week. No, but they'll do much better, but they don't realize that. They haven't realized that yet. This isn't an attack on any group of people. It's common sense. We're really talking about, you know, we're the party of common sense. We're conservative, all that. We are the party of common sense. That's what we are. That's what we are. We want to have strong borders, great education, school choice. Does everybody like school choice? We want to move the Department of Education. We're ranked at the bottom of the list, the worst. We spend more money per pupil than any other country by far, and yet we're at the bottom of the list. Out of 40, we're ranked about number 40. And I'm going to close the Department of Education and move education back to the states. And we're going to do it fast. Maybe I'll have you do that. I'll use Lee. Maybe I'll have you. You could do it. That's not too easy. We'll get somebody great. We'll get Lee Zeldin is here with us tonight. I think that's the job for Lee. Or Vivek. Or we'll get somebody. We like Vivek. We need somebody with a lot of energy, a lot of strength, energy, and intelligence. But it takes centuries to build the unique character of each state. And we are going to. And you know, when you do that, so the #1 rated country is Norway. The #2 is like Denmark. And you know, on and on it goes. Spend much less money than we do, and they have the finest education. In New York City, a few years ago with de Blasio, who was one of the worst mayors in history, by the way, he said, we're going to go with the Norwegian system. That didn't work out too well, okay? You know, when they start throwing the teachers out the window, that wasn't working out. They don't do that in Norway. Historically, they haven't thrown too many teachers out the window in Norway. But we're going to make it good. And you know what's going to happen is out of the 50 states, you're going to have 35, like different ones. Iowa will do good. A lot of the states will do very good. I can think of probably 30, 35 will be, and 5 will be okay, 10 will be okay. You'll have 4 or 5 that will be terrible, but that's okay. We have to control it. But you'll have Idaho. You'll have Idaho will do a great job. They, no debt, no this. They run a great state. A lot of places will have will have education that can compete with Norway and Denmark and this, but we'll have certain places, and it's the same places like Gavin Newsom, who's a terrible governor. You'll probably have a problem in California, but what you do is you give it to the local communities, and they'll have a great educational system. You don't want to give it to somebody like Kamala because she destroyed San Francisco and then destroyed the whole state. But reckless migration policy can change it very quickly, and it can destroy everything in its way, just like we've seen in London and Paris and Minneapolis. Look at what's happened in London. Look what's happening in Paris. If Kamala Harris wins this election, she will flood Pennsylvania cities and towns with illegal migrants from all over the world, and Pennsylvania will never be the same. You will never be the same. When I'm president, all migrant flights to Pennsylvania will stop immediately. By the way, all migrant flights. Not only to Pennsylvania, everywhere. No, but how about they get caught? We just found that out a few months ago. They're saying, no, we're fighting. In the meantime, people are just pouring in. No, we want to do it. And then we learned that the airplanes are flying. That means that, it's just a big con job. Remember this. For a long time, she's been talking about her experience at McDonald's. I worked at McDonald's over the French fries. It was so hot. I think I'm going to go to a McDonald's next week someplace. I'm going to go. Might not be in your place. I'm going to go to a McDonald's, and I'm going to work the French fry job for about a half an hour. I want to see how it is. But she said she worked and she grew up in terrible conditions. She worked at McDonald's. It was such. She never worked there. And these fake news reporters will never report it. They don't want to report it because they're fake. They're fake. They don't want to report it. She never worked at McDonald's, but it was a big part of her resume. They went to the different places. Did she work here? Did she work here? Did she work here? She said, we don't know who the hell she is. Leave us alone. We're making hamburgers. We will end the invasion of small-town Pennsylvania, and we will end the destruction of America. It's destroying our country. This country is going to be better than ever before, but we have to do certain things, and we have to do it quickly. And this is one of the big reasons that we're leading in the polls in Pennsylvania, but I think we're doing a lot better than even the polls say. In the latest Emerson poll, we're up in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia pretty substantially. In today's latest New York Times, if the New York Times gives me a good poll, we're way up. The Siena poll, we're up in North Carolina by 3, in Georgia by 4, and in Arizona by 5. Those are swing states, very important. And a poll on a state that Republicans just haven't won in many, many years for president. You have a wonderful governor there who's really working, Glenn Youngkin. He's working hard. He's really pushing it hard. He's in charge of it, and he's doing a good job. A poll just came out in Virginia where we're leading in the state of Virginia. Leading if we win Virginia. If we win Virginia, I don't even know if I need Pennsylvania, but we want to get it anyway. We want to get Pennsylvania. Remember last time? So last time we did better than 16, but in 2016, we were leading by hundreds of thousands of votes in Pennsylvania, and they refused to announce it, remember? And then they announced Wisconsin or Michigan, which we won. But all night long, I said, when are they going to announce Pennsylvania? It would be impossible to catch us based on the numbers. If I lost every vote from then till the end, but they waited till 2 o'clock in the morning, You know why they did that, right? They were trying to see if they could accumulate enough ballots. Very dangerous thing. This is a bad, bad system. And we're winning Pennsylvania, but despite the fact that I almost hate to say that we're winning, why don't I say we're tied so you go out and vote? Or we're down by 1. I always say, pretend you're down by 1. The point is you got to get a vote. We got to win, and we got to win, and we can't take any chances. But here in Pennsylvania, you also need to vote for your next Senator, Dave McCormick, who I know for a long time. And he's going to defeat Bob Casey. He's going to stop inflation and secure our borders. Do you want to come up for a second? Do you mind? I love this guy. He's a military hero, he's a business hero, and he'll make a great senator. Come on up, David. Say something.
Mr. President, thank you. All right, well, Mr. President, thank you so much for that great introduction, and we're going to win the presidency right here in the Senate majority in the Keystone State, so thank you. And the reason we're going to win is because people in Pennsylvania feel like they've lost their economic security. Prices going out of control. The war on fossil fuels. They've lost their physical security. Crime in our cities. Illegal immigration, 4,000 fentanyl deaths. And people around the world, adversaries challenging us. So people in Pennsylvania want change. And what I tell them is, listen, it's a battle between common sense and these radical liberal policies under Kamala Harris. And Bob Casey's going to vote for her 99% of the time because he is a weak leader and a rubber stamp for this liberal agenda. And I say also, this is a race between strength and weakness. And when I talk about strength with G.T. Thompson and Sean Parnell, I say, listen, I was standing there at Butler, 15 feet away. I saw you get shot. I saw you go down, and I saw you come up with your fist and say, fight, fight, fight. That's why we're going to win. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. And he's a good man, I'll tell you. Very successful guy. He goes through a lot to do this. And Bob Casey, I can tell you, I was there for 4 years at the highest level. I met everybody. This guy does nothing for Pennsylvania. He's not going to help your oil, your fracking. He's not going to help anything. And David will be a warrior for your Commonwealth. He will be a warrior, total warrior. So thank you, David. Thank you very much. We're also pleased to be joined. Oh, I have so many people here. I have congressmen, I have senators. It's brutal. You know, when you introduce people, you always miss a couple of them. But I'm going to apologize because I see somebody there that I think is a certain senator, but I'm not 100% sure. The eyes aren't what they used to be, I'll be totally honest. The brain is better than it used to be, but the eyes aren't what they used to be. But you always get yourself in trouble, but I'm going to introduce somebody that's been amazing, Congressman Glenn G.T. Thompson, who's sitting with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, G.T. Thank you very much. Great job. He's a warrior. Former Congressman Fred Keller. Fred, thank you very much. I saw him sitting there. A great gentleman who's a real leader, State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe? Whoa. Whoa. Hey, you're popular, Joe. What a family you have, too. What a great family. Thank you very much, Joe. Mayor of Slippery Rock, J.D. Longo. Thank you, J.D. Great job. Thank you. Great job. And a friend of mine who's a warrior and a very strong guy, a tough guy. They had a bad deal with that election. It was terrible what happened. Sean Parnell. Sean, stand up. Yeah. They played around with 25,000 ballots. That was another unique one, wasn't it? What a disgrace that was. Anyway, we're 6 weeks away from the most important election in the history of our country, and here are the facts. Kamala Harris wants open borders. She will deliver rampant inflation, and she wants to pack the Supreme Court. You know that. Instead of 9 justices like we have now, Kamala wants to bring it up very substantially. Now, this is a number I heard 2 days ago, potentially to 25 justices, so she can rig the system, meaning not she, the whole party can rig the system, the party of communists. She wants to bring it up to 25. That's the first time I heard that number, but I heard it very loud and clear. She might as well have Congress. You know, Congress is supposed to be that, not the Supreme Court. No, they were very brave, the Supreme Court, very brave, and they take a lot of hits because of it. It should be illegal what happens. You know, you have these guys like playing the ref, like the great Bobby Knight. These people should be put in jail the way they talk about our judges and our justices, trying to get them to sway their vote, sway their decision. Kamala was an original creator of defund the police movement. Okay, so she was in defund the police for years. Anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. Can you imagine? That's where she came from. That's where she came from. That's her theory, and that's her way, and that's her policy. You know what the policy is? She's changed 15 policies. You know, over the years, I've been like a student of politics for a long time, but I was on the other side. I was writing checks all the time, right? But I was on the other side. But I've never seen anyone go 15 for 15. I've seen guys change one policy, maybe two when they were little ones. She changed everything. She loves oil all of a sudden. She loves the police. About, when did that start? A few months ago? But let me tell you, they immediately go back to where they came from. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are great, great patriots, ICE. They take such hits. They are so tough and love our country so much. They get MS-13 out of our country. Under border czar Harris, Venezuela gangs, all these Venezuelan gangs have taken over entire areas of different places in our country, and she supports free health care for illegal aliens while our hospitals and emergency rooms are being overrun by migrants who come up here because they say, come up and we'll give you. Look, I feel sorry. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but you can't tell people to come up. We're going to give you education. We're going to give you free health care, because they're going to come up. And if you stop saying that, they won't come any longer. You can't do this. And Newsom does it, and all of them do it, and you can't do it. But migrants make it virtually it's unusable. I mean, the states become unusable, the school systems, the hospital. She lost more than, this is a number that's the worst number that you'll ever hear. I mean, think of it. Think of a big stadium that holds 55,000 people. She lost more than 325,000 migrant children. They're gone. Nobody knows where they are. Many of them are dead. Many of them are in sex trade. Many of them are dead. They've been trafficked. They've been raped. 325,000 children are missing. If one child is missing, it's too many. Think of it. Under her, 325,000 children. As California Attorney, she will destroy our country. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, a term, deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She said they are all nonviolent. She praised the idea of 70 to 80% tax. She wants a tax rate of 70 to 80%. Will you be happy paying 80%? I don't think so. She wants to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles, which will destroy the Pennsylvania way of life. And she even endorsed free sex changes. At first they said, you got to go back and tell me this. And this was recently. She endorsed free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention centers all over our country at taxpayer expense. You don't hear this on Oprah, do you? Think of that. Sex change, you're detained. You're being held in a detention center, and you say, I want to change. I want to become a woman. And they have to give you the operation, which is an immensely expensive operation on top of everything else, $250,000 at least, and then all the drugs involved and everything else. She's sick. I'm telling you, if you put her in, I don't think you will either. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, will you put her in? I don't think so. Stand up, Uncle Sam. No, it's terrible. As DA and as Attorney General, she destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed all of California. It's like a different place. It's not recognizable. And now she's coming to destroy the United States of America, and we're not going to let it happen. We can't let it happen. She led the change in California law so that if you steal less than $950, you are not prosecuted. And if you steal more than $950, you're actually not prosecuted either. You want to? But how about this? The kids are walking in with computers. They're putting stuff, they're adding it up so that if it's less than $950, they go into a judge. They say, Your Honor, it's less than, oh, okay, case dismissed. How sick? Is this country sick? Less than $1,000, you don't get prosecuted. She even lied about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. Remember, she said, oh, he's fine, he's fine. A great disservice to the American people because he's negotiating with Russia, China, North Korea. He's negotiating with people that are probably in a state of shock. They say, can you believe this? Because they're all at the top of their game. I know all of them, they're at the top of their game. And we are at the most dangerous point in the history of our country. We could end up in World War III because of this lunatic and her. She's so much worse. She wants to take away your guns and your rifles in violation of the Second Amendment. And she's a communist, and everybody knows it, and our country is not ready for a communist president and won't be for a long, long, long time to come. That's why less than 2 months from now, we are going to tell her that we've had enough. Our country can't take it anymore. Kamala, you've been a terrible vice president. You'll be the worst president in the history of our country, superseding even crooked Joe Biden. Kamala, you are a disaster to the United States of America. Kamala, you are fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out. All right, so we have to talk business. I always thought women liked me. I never thought I had a problem. But the fake news keeps saying women don't like me. I don't believe it. I think, you know why? They like to have strong borders. They like to have safety. Nothing personal. I think they like me. But I make this statement. Thank you. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. But I think they like me because I represent something that's very important. I make this statement to the great women of our country. Sadly, women are poorer than they were 4 years ago, much poorer, are less healthy than they were 4 years ago, are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago, are paying much higher prices for groceries and everything else than they were 4 years ago, are more stressed and depressed and unhappy than they were 4 years ago, and are less optimistic and confident in the future than they were 4 years ago. I believe that. I will fix all of that and fast, and at long last, this nation and national nightmare will end. It will end. We've got to end this national nightmare. Because I am your protector. I want to be your protector. As president, I have to be your protector. I hope you don't make too much of it. I hope the fake news doesn't go, oh, he wants to be their protector. Well, I am. As president, I have to be your protector. I will make you safe at the border, on the sidewalks of your now violent cities, in the suburbs where you are under migrant criminal siege, and with our military protecting you from foreign enemies, of which we have many today because of the incompetent leadership that we have. You will no longer be abandoned, lonely, or scared. You will no longer be in danger. You're not going to be in danger any longer. You will no longer have anxiety from all of the problems our country has today. You will be protected, and I will be your protector. Women. Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. It's all they talk about, abortion, because we've done something that nobody else could have done. It is now where it always had to be, with the states and a vote of the people. And it is and will be, with powerful exceptions like those that Ronald Reagan insisted on for rape, incest, and the life of the mother, but not allowing for Democrat-demanded late-term abortion in the 7th, 8th, or 9th month, or even execution of a baby after birth. Thank you. Thank you very much. Such an important topic. For 52 years, all legal scholars and experts wanted abortion to be with the states and to have a vote of the people. 52 years they fought for this. Republicans, Democrats, liberals, and conservatives. Everyone wanted abortion out of the federal government and into the states. 6 brilliant and very brave justices of the United States Supreme Court were able to do that for you, and they did it. It will never move back to the federal government. We'll never have the votes to do so, and nobody should want it to, because it must now have that very important vote of the people, something sought for many, many years. I have always defended and supported IVF fertility, and so has the Republican Party, and we gave you and give you total support on IVF. Don't let anyone tell you different. We are much stronger than the Democrats. We want beautiful babies in our country. We want you to have your beautiful, beautiful, perfect baby. We want those babies, and we need them. And I will protect women at a level never seen before. They will finally be healthy, hopeful, safe, and secure. Their lives will be happy, beautiful, and great again. And it's my honor to do so. It's my honor to do so. Because that's all they talk about. Our country's a mess. It's a mess. The borders are bad. The trade is bad. The inflation is bad. It's the worst time in your lives in our country. We're being laughed at by everybody in the world. Everything is wrong with our country. Nothing's right. And all they talk about is abortion. The fact is, for 52 years, they've been trying to do what we did. And the votes are all taking place in Ohio. It took place in Kansas. And it was more liberal than people would have thought. But it's taking place all over the land, and the vote's going to change, and it's being negotiated. But it's the vote of the people, and it's with the exceptions. We want to have the exceptions. Some people have to follow their heart, but it's hard not to have the exceptions. It really is. But that's all they talk about. The country's falling apart. We're going to end up in World War III, and all they can talk about is abortion. That's all they talk about. And it really no longer pertains, because we've done something on abortion that nobody thought was possible. And I give those 3 brilliant, if you think about it, and it's 6, but the 3 that we put in, but 6 brilliant justices of the United States Supreme Court, a tremendous hand for their intelligence, but also for their courage. It took a lot of courage to do so. It's where everybody wanted it, every legal scholar, every legal expert. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala Harris, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day 1, I will seal the border and stop the migrant. We're going to stop the migrant invasion. We will stop the migrant invasion into our country.
not sustainable by any country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation of criminals in American history. Have to. We have to. I'd rather not say it. I would rather not say it, but we have to. We will end inflation and make America affordable again. It's not affordable. I went to that store today in Pennsylvania, beautiful store. Brian, the son of the owner, what a great young man he was, and we had such an incredible crowd. But he was saying how unbelievable, he hates to do it, but the prices are so high, they've never seen anything. And we looked at a lot of the people at the checkout counter. How are the prices? They're all going, it's terrible. That's all over the country. This happened because of Biden and Kamala. While working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. It's too much. They're paying 25%, 28%. It's too much. We're going to become energy independent again and energy dominant in a very short period of time, like no other country has ever been. We will do things that no other country has ever been able to do with energy because we have more energy than anybody else. And we are going to get ANWR that I told you about in Alaska open and operating immediately. We will close the border, let people come into our country, but only if they come in legally, and we will immediately drill, baby, drill. And we will stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. We are not going to let foreign countries rip us off any longer, and we just about had it stop, and they just broke everything that it's just amazing what they did is so disgraceful. We will pass the, call it, Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. So if China or any other country, not only China, charges us a 100 or 200% tariff, then we will charge them the exact same 100 or 200% tariff in return. And I will not let Mexico, China, or any other country sell cars into the United States to the detriment of our auto workers. And I will bring the auto industry manufacturing back into the United States. It will be. We're going to bring it back. We're not going to let them. You know, right now, China is building massive car factories. They wouldn't have started it with me, but they didn't know that was going to happen to us 4 years ago. They had no idea. They had no thought that that could happen. Nobody thought that was going to happen. That's why, you know, if I thought that I did poorly in that election, which we didn't, we got more votes than any sitting president in history by a lot. Think of it. If I didn't do that, if I thought I lost that election, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be doing this. Much harder. It's easy. You know, you lose, you lose. But when that happens, you can't let people get away with it. You cannot let people get away with it. Our car industry and auto manufacturing will be doubled during my term and at a number higher than it ever was before. You know, we've lost almost 60% of our automobile manufacturing over decades. And it's now a lot of it's going right into Mexico. We're going to stop that. We're going to stop it very quickly. They weren't doing it with me, but boy, are they doing it now. I will end Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. I will always protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts on Social Security. We're not going to be changing the age. They're going to end up destroying Social because they're letting migrants into Social Security at numbers nobody can believe, and you're going to end up, they will destroy your Social Security on top of everything. I will stop the drugs and fentanyl pouring into our country, killing our kids and our families. We will stop it. I had it down to the lowest number in 32 years, and then these people took over, and what happened to our border, what happened to even the drugs pouring in, times 9, they tell me, is 9 times more than we had. And by the way, honestly, you will never be able to solve that problem
unless you have the death penalty for drug dealers. And it's not something I like saying. That's the way it is. China has no drug problem. I said to President Xi, do you have a drug problem? No, 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 no. You don't have a drug problem? No, no, no. What do you attribute that to? He said, quick trial. I said, what's quick trial? We take the drug dealer, we give him a quick trial, and if he's guilty, which I guess he probably always is over there, he said, we immediately execute. You got to understand something. It sounds horrible, right? Each drug dealer, he or she, during the course of their life, kills at least 500 people. And when you hear that, how many families do you know where their child had a dose of fentanyl, not even in many cases because they were into drugs. They take another drug and it's laced with fentanyl, not even what you would call a bad drug. They take a medication prescribed by a doctor, it's got fentanyl, and they die right in front of the parents. We will crush all of that. We will stop it, and we're going to stop it fast. Not going to allow it. President Xi and I had a great conversation. I said, you know, you're killing our people. You said it because they make it. You're sending it into Mexico. You're killing our people. And I told him what I was going to do, and he was not happy about that. And we had a deal that he was going to give death penalty to any people making fentanyl and selling it into the United States. And then when Biden took over, that all failed because, you know, these guys aren't going to do anything. They didn't do anything. They don't do anything. Even if you look at the Abraham Accords, what I did for Israel, we had 4 countries. They still have 4 countries. She said every country should have been signed. You would have had peace in the Middle East. But they signed, they took the 4 countries. They haven't put 1 country in, 1 additional country. We would have it loaded up. We will crush violent crime and protect all law enforcement, including Border Patrol, ICE, sheriffs, and Secret Service. We will protect them. We will terminate the Green New Scam and spend trillions of unspent dollars on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt, and not fake infrastructure like we have under the Green New Deal, where it's throwing money out the window and causing massive inflation. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. And I think I'm the only one that's going to be able to do that. We are far down the line. And World War III will be a war, this will be a war like no other because of the weaponry. This is, I always say, this is no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting each other. This is nuclear power with power like nobody's ever seen before. We will have peace through strength. That's what we had. We had no wars during my 4 years. First time, now we wiped out ISIS 100%. We did it in 4 weeks. They said it would take 5 years. I did it in 4 weeks. Our military is great. Our military is not woke either. The guys on top, like Milley, and those guys are woke. But you don't have, the television guys are all woke. But the real military, you could put them in a room for 2 years and scream woke at them. And when they walk out, they'll be shouting, I'm not woke. The job they did with me on ISIS, you know, I inherited that whole mess with ISIS. And we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate in record time. We have a great military, which you don't hear about. I will support universal school choice, and every parent will be empowered to send their child to the public, private, religious, or charter school that is right for them. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., which are a horror show, making them safe, clean, and beautiful. Again, we're going to rebuild our cities. We'll have to work with Democrats, and that's okay. But we're going to get them cleaned up, and we're going to make them safe, because right now you can't walk across a street in our cities, including Washington, D.C., the capital. We're going to clean it up, make it beautiful again, and make it safe again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, because it is failing right now. And if we lose that, it'd be like losing a war. This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe, and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Every single race, religion, color, and creed. We're going to take care of it all. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. It's the American dream. We're bringing back the American dream. We will stop the invasion. We'll end migrant crime, which is at a level that nobody can believe except me, because I said it as soon as I heard what they were doing with the open border. I couldn't believe it. We built hundreds of miles of wall, and all we had to do is flip up some additional wall panels. We would have picked up 200 miles more. That's much more than I ever said I was going to build. And they didn't do it. And then I realized they wanted open borders. I couldn't believe it. We're going to strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country. We're going to keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our school. And we are going to keep men out of women's sports. You saw the Olympics with the boxing, with the young, beautiful young Italian girl fighting a person who transitioned. Muhammad Ali would have been scared of this person. Transitioned, and you know the left is sort of a defensive shot, right? So, boom, he gets a left, he hits her in the face. She didn't know what the hell hit her. It's like a horse. I never saw this before. She walked back to her corner. She said, I just got hit with something. What happened? They said, give it another try. Maybe she was just lucky. Sorry. I could get in trouble for that. Uncle Sam said, no, you got it right. But no. So she goes back out, boom, does another left, just a jab. She gets hit, she quits. She says, that's it, I can't fight. This person just hurt me really badly with 2 little jabs. And that person went on to very easily win the gold medal. There was another person who transitioned, Uncle Sam also. Different country, transitioned, different weight class, transitioned, won the gold medal. So you had 2 people that transitioned, both happened to win the gold medal. Is anybody surprised by that? These people are sick. And you know what? It's so demeaning to women, when you think of it. We will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, and restore free speech, and we will secure our election. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. You must get out and vote. You have to get out and vote. Everyone here, promise me I'll vote. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. They can't do anything about it at a certain level. There's not a thing. They cheat like dogs. They cheat so badly. People say, oh, it's a terrible thing to say. The people that know exactly what I'm talking about. You know who knows better than anybody else? Democrat leaders. Those are the ones. On November 5th, it will be considered, you watch, the most important day in the history of our country. We will save our economy. We will save our country on November 5th. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country together. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. God bless you. God bless you, Pennsylvania. Go vote.
To feel down, I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you wanna be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young